That's the one there.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome, fellow members, ladies and gentlemen, to this meeting of Council. Could you please ensure that your mobile phones are switched off? And do all councillors have a copy of the agenda? Anyone not? No? Okay. I'll now outline the emergency evacuation procedures. The door at the hall and this door here, and congregate in the car park at the back of Paley's. And please ensure that you maintain social distancing throughout the course of the meeting and adhere to the one-way system in place, as is requested. That face masks are worn while you're moving around the building, though you may remove these when you're seated if you wish. Please sit only in your allocated seats and do not adjust the position of your desk, as these are being measured to ensure a 2-metre distancing. Hand sanitisers are available on your desks. Please ensure that you use these regularly and before and after touching any surfaces. Papers must not be passed between participants. Officers will be monitoring all aspects of the meeting from a health and safety perspective. If the instructions are not followed or there is concerns from the safety of participants, I will be altering and the meeting will be adjourned. The Chair has a personal responsibility and liability with regard to the safe running of the meeting, and this will be treated with the utmost seriousness. The meeting is being live streamed to ensure public access. Due to the nature of the meeting, voting will take place via roll call. The meeting is being live streamed to enable public access. Please ensure that your microphones are muted when you're not speaking to prevent any disruption. Item Agenda 2.
Chair, sorry to interrupt just through you. Can I check with technical support? I understand colleagues on the Teams link up aren't getting any sound. If technical support could look at that, please.
Sorry for this. For members of the public who are listening, we are just trying to sort out a technical problem with the sound system.
Irish heritage. Oh no. Yeah, I think his grandparents moved to the USA and then to Denmark. Oh, he has Irish heritage. He has Irish heritage. Not you. I have as well. Yeah, that's where it comes from. Yeah. Too many Irish heritages in here, aren't there?
That's interesting. To it, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Any joy? I'll just wait till this technical issue has been solved, Kate. Hello? Hello?
Madam Chairman, can I just say something, please, which is, I'm sure I'm speaking to everybody here. This is incredibly frustrating. We're now 15 minutes into the meeting, and we're all here, we're all ready to go, to get going with the democratic process. Yet our senior managers are not here with us. I think they now can hear us, which is good, and it's caused a lot of inconvenience, and I just don't think this is an acceptable situation. If they can't hear us, they should be here to do an important part of their role, which is engagement with elected members. And I think it's an extremely dissatisfactory situation, and I would like to see this resolved as soon as possible.
Okay, I understand the sound system's all working and all go now, so we can carry on through the agenda. So we were up to apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair. There are apologies from Councillors Arnold, Hope, Rain and Windress.
Thank you. Next, public question time. Item Agenda 3, public question time, and there are no public questions tonight. Item Agenda 4. Item Agenda 4 on the agenda is to approve as a correct record the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 15th of April 2021. That's on page 7 of your agendas. As Chairman of the Council, I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 15th of April be approved and signed as a correct record. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Unless a member has an amendment to change the minutes with the words to be included or deleted, which I can put this to the vote. I will move to the vote on approving the minutes as drafted. Is anyone against this? In that case, I think we can take the vote by general. Councillor Keane.
Could I just ask a question, please, Madam Chairman, which is both relevant to the minutes of the last meeting and to the meeting this evening, which is members who have been unable to attend this evening, either because they're unable to or because they're unwilling to as a result of the COVID situation, I understand have been told that they're not only unable to vote, which is the law and I accept, but that they've also been unable to speak and participate in the meeting. And the question I'd like to ask is, does this same rule apply to elected members as it does to members of the senior management team who are listed in the minutes of the last meeting as being in attendance at the meeting? They were not in attendance, they were attending virtually. And if the rule applies equally to elected members as it does to members of senior officer team, then I think that needs to be looked at and reviewed, because it seems to me there is a mismatch in terms of how that ruling is being applied. And if members of the senior management team are not able to participate and speak in council meetings and able to help us and assist us with key pieces of information which we may require, then they should be here to do that. If they are able to do that, then members who can't be here this evening should be at least allowed to speak in the same way as unelected officers are able to speak at council meetings too.
So, do you want to put an amendment onto the minutes of the last meeting to say that the officers were here virtually? the word virtually onto that.
I mean, I'm happy to move the amendment. I think I've made my point without doing that. I think it needs to be looked at and seriously considered because the current status quo and situation is not acceptable and needs to be rectified as a matter of urgency to give clarity to both officers and members of the council.
Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think I concur exactly what has been said. Either we're here or we're not here. And I think there's lots and lots of confusion. And I do believe that now is the time to have either elected members can stay at home if they are unable to come and they can participate. So I do think that this needs rectifying very quickly because it's not easy. It's not easy for our officers to not be with us, and when we have technical problems, it's not easy. So I do actually think that that's something that we as a council need to move forward with. You know, this is a full council, a proper council, and you're either in attendance or you're not. And we aren't using the hybrid system where, you know, the chief exec is signing anything off. We are making decisions. So I do concur that we need to get it once and for all sorted out. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Sorry, this is just a question. It was my understanding that we can't use a hybrid system for councillors. Is that right, Simon?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. Currently, the legal constraints mean a hybrid or a virtual system for councillors isn't permitted. It was permitted during part of lockdown earlier, and that legislative requirement then expired. The government is considering future arrangements, and we have fed back views from councillors at Ryedale to the government as part of that process. So we'll keep members, you know, up to date of any changes to arrangements that the government decides to bring in the future.
Thank you. So the request for councillors to take part by hybrid is not possible by law?
Not in a public decision-making meeting, no, not currently.
Thank you. And I think we can look into whether the officers would be able to come and be here in person for the next. I think that probably does need looking into. Councillor Keane.
Simply to say that I don't think the issue is on with us as members. We're here. We're ready to participate and do the job which we're elected to do. I think the issue is the fact that the senior officers are not here, and there seems to be an unwillingness for that to happen. I think they should be here and they should be engaging with us. I don't think we should be looking into it. They should be here. And I think it's unacceptable that they aren't. I made the point privately.
I don't think they'd be able to come tonight, Keane.
Not tonight. I do understand that, given the great distances involved.
For a future
Absolutely.
meeting.
I made the point privately. I'm making the point publicly. And I think all members want this situation to be resolved. And I hope it is by the next public meeting of this council.
So, you said you didn't want to make an amendment to the minutes. So can we take the... Sorry, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't want to prolong this anymore, but I think somebody ought to point out, so I'm doing it, that I think this room is pretty well at capacity now. Members have no choice as to how they do it. The government has ruled. Officers, senior officers, should be here, but until we get the relaxation from our Prime Minister, and I believe that's coming into place next week, not 3 weeks ago, and therefore I think the current situation of officers not being here enables this meeting to happen. That said, in future they should be, but I can't understand why the criticism is being raised tonight when they couldn't be here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Now, can we take the vote on the minutes? by general affirmation. Has anyone any objection to that? So that motion's carried by general affirmation. Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
So moving on to item agenda 5, urgent business, and there is no urgent items of business tonight. Item agenda 6 is declarations of interest. Turning to item agenda 6, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare under the Members' Code of Conduct? Councillor Burr.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've got a prejudicial interest. It's a Part B. It comes from the P&R Committee. It's on page 37 to 44, item B. I won't be speaking, I won't be voting, and I will be leaving the room. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Burr. Has anyone else? Councillor King. Would you put your microphone on, please, Councillor?
Item 13D, I have a personal, pecuniary and prejudicial interest, so I will also be leaving the room.
Thank you.
Councillor Frank, I too have an interest on that item as well. I'll be leaving.
And you'll be leaving the room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No. Agenda 7 is announcements. The only thing I have to say here is that I will be taking the agenda in a different order tonight. I'll be taking the agenda in this order from item 7, which we've just done. I shall go straight to item 12, then item 14 and 15, then back to 9, 10 and 11, and then 13 and then 8.
Sorry, is that normal procedure? Can that happen? Because that means that questions that...
It's the Chairman's decision how the agenda is worked through, and that's my decision. I've made this decision because I think sometimes councillors need to go home early and need to get off early, and I think the decisions on item 12 and 14 and 15 really need due consideration of this council, so I'm taking them first. Councillor Keane.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could I just ask, please, for the monitoring officer to give some guidance, because I do believe there is a section of the Constitution which dictates the order in which items can be taken. I think there is discretion with some parts, but not with others, so some input from him might be quite useful at this point.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just bringing up on screen the relevant part of the Constitution. The Constitution does set out an order of business for different types of meetings of council, but it is within the powers of the Chair to vary the order of business at their discretion. So there are a couple of items that can't be varied, but those are relating to electing a chair or vice chair if they weren't present, which doesn't apply tonight, dealing with any business required by statute to be done before any other business, which doesn't apply tonight, and dealing with questions submitted by members of the public, which we've already covered on the agenda, and there weren't any. So in conclusion, it is within the Chair's powers to vary the order of business as is being proposed tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for
So
that.
we'll go straight to item agenda 12, which
Sorry,
is on
Madam
page
Chairman.
21 of your agenda. Oh, Keane, yes.
Just in response to the monitoring officer advice there, I think clearly it's obviously your discretion, but what this appears to look like is that the questions that have been submitted, not just with the usual required notice, but with extra notice, given that this meeting has been delayed, it looks as if those questions have been moved to the end of the agenda to avoid them being answered this evening.
Hopefully we'll get through the business and we'll get round to
but
questions.
you must understand, Madam Chairman, how that appears to look to the Council and to members of the public. The questions
We'll
which have
hopefully
been
get
validly
through the
submitted
business and get round to
have
questions.
been moved to the end of the agenda. We do not find this to be a satisfactory or democratic way of approaching business in this Council.
It's
an
my
unprecedented
choice.
move.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Chairman.
Clark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't know why I put my hand up there before Councillor Duncan spoke. It's the insinuation that I don't want to answer these questions. And I hope you'll confirm that I said to you I would like these questions to be in their place, in the agenda, at the beginning. Anybody who wants to ask me questions, they're entitled to do so. That's the first half. The second half is you are in the chair.
Thank you.
You decide what you want to do with this meeting.
Thank you.
And I will support you.
Thank you.
But don't anybody imply that it's because I don't want to answer some of these questions, any of these questions. And if Councillor Duncan wishes to make pejorative statements, I think that's a brilliant start to doing the questions. But unfortunately, I shall have to let the adrenaline go down again before we get to them at some point late into the evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Keele.
Keel, yeah, sorry.
No, sorry,
just a
Councillor Keele.
Sorry, I thought you said that.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Keele.
I was just going to say, Madam Chairman, I think this debate is just ridiculous. Why are people challenging the decision of the chairman? And we should get on with the business of the evening, please.
Precisely. Councillor King.
Just a comment, if you think we're going to get through the agenda, why is it necessary to amend the order of play? Just a comment, that's it, thank you.
Okay. So we'll go to item 12 on the agenda. Thank you. Item 12 is to consider the approval of the recommendations in respect of the following Part B item. Would Councillor Clark please briefly introduce this recommendation?
Sorry, Chair, which item?
The draft Ryedale housing strategy on page 21.
I think that's a very simple introduction. It seems to me, and it seemed to P&R, it's a superb strategy. It's one that's typical of our housing department. It is on the ball, it is put in place on time, and I can't see anything, even with my why is this and why isn't that approach to life, I can't see anything that I don't think is absolutely superb with it. So I move.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Clark? Questions? Councillor Clark, please move the recommendation, and once it's seconded, you may make your speech.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking for the page with the recommendation on it. Yes, here we are. No, I've lost it again. I'm sorry, Chair. You've moved so around the agenda that you've thoroughly confused my limited brain. Draft Housing Strategy, page 21. Here we are. Recommended to full council that the objectives and priorities endorsed by Policy and Resources Committee be approved by council. I've nothing more to say than what I've said. The report speaks for itself. It's brilliant, it's a superb piece of work, and it keeps us at the forefront. Thank you, Chair.
Is that seconded? Councillor Burr, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? No? Oh, sorry. Councillor Burr.
Thank you. It's just a very quick comment, and as you'll see, the voting was unanimous, and I would like to thank the team at who actually produced this report. It's absolutely first class, so thank you to all the team.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you wish to add anything? No?
I think answering a debate with 1.5 spokespeople, and I'm the half, is stretching it a little bit, but I would like to add to Councillor Burr's comments about the team putting this lot together. Superb piece of work, and I hope it's passed unanimously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, and a very short debate, so I will put it to the vote. Is anyone against this, or can we do this again by general affirmation? No one got anything to say? In that case, this motion's been carried by general affirmation. Thank you. So now we go to item 14 on your... item 14.
Item 12B, Chair.
Sorry, I've missed out 12B. I knew I'd missed something. I couldn't quite see what. Item 12B on your agendas, which is the review of the provision of 3 hours free car parking following members' motions, which is on page 37 of your agendas. Councillor Clark, would you please briefly introduce this recommendation?
I'm not sure when the words popped in there of briefly introduce. Having done the previous introduction in one sentence, I can't quite see how I can do a brief one to follow it. A lot of work went into this, and a lot of confusion came out from members. And that's not confusion one way round, it's confusion from both sides of this debate. And we ended up with the hokey-coking of car park charging. No, we won't. Yes, we will. It'll be free for now. No, it won't be free for that. And we put the officers in a ridiculous situation of trying to deliver policies before the last one was in place, etc. Fortunately, we managed to salvage it in terms of which direction it went in. And again, I don't mind which direction it went in, but it going in all directions at once was not the right way forward. And now we've got a recommendation to Council that no changes be made to the arrangements for car parking charges in Ryedale, and fees continue to be charged. I move that. And hope I've got a seconder.
Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Joy Andrews. Are there any questions for Councillor Clark? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I please ask the Chairman of the Policy and Resources Committee what the outcome would be if members were to vote for this recommendation, and what the outcome would be if members were to vote against it?
The recommendation here is that there no change be made to the arrangements. So if someone were to vote against it, then they would have to, if they wanted to, put in what changes they were proposing. And we'd be back into the hokey-cokey game again. I don't mind. It's been quite fun trying to keep up with what was going on. But full council deciding whether or not, on a whim of councillors, to go for a change in the car parking structure without any officer input, without any costings, without any feasibilities as to the timing of it all, I think you'll be more than welcome to vote that changes be made if you wish to vote against this. And it would be nearly as ludicrous as the circuits we've had recently. Let us vote that we have changes to the car parking charges. We've no idea what they are, but let's do it. Now, that's pretty close to the logic that we've had since the end of last year. And on that basis, that's what would happen if you voted against it. And there we'll go.
Councillor
Sorry,
Mason.
supplementary question, Madam Chairman. Sorry, I'm entitled to a supplementary question.
Sorry, Councillor
Are we still in
Mason.
questions?
Sorry,
Are we in
Councillor-
questions, Chair? Yeah, okay, I'll let
Yes.
Keane.
Sorry, I'll come back to you in a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Keane. Councillor Duncan.
You mentioned there, Councillor Clark, the whim of councillors. A majority of this council decided that they wanted to see free car parking extended. Are you saying that what you once called the will of the council, that you said you would deliver, is now the whim of councillors?
Surprisingly through you, Chair, no, I'm not. What I'm saying is that making a decision, the whim of the majority of councillors, if you want to make it clearer, it was a democratic decision. And council is entitled to make decisions without any officer input, without any financial calculations, without looking to see whether or not it can be done or can't be done on the timescale that is put in place. But that doesn't make it sensible. It's democratic, yes. Sensible, no. So I am saying that that particular whim of council had no officer information, no officer's report, nothing else to go with it, and resulted in the officers endeavouring to deliver the impossible. Now, that may be something that council wished to do, give the officers a job that they couldn't do, just to test them. But it isn't a sensible way to try and, in my opinion, to try and run a council. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mason, did you have a question? Councillor Paul Andrews.
Is it appropriate to introduce an amendment at this stage, Chair?
We're in questions at the moment, Councillor Andrews. Any more questions? Councillor Clark, please can you move the recommendation, and once it's seconded you may make your speech. Thank you.
Chair, I thought I'd done that. I could be wrong. As I said, the brain's not going too well tonight.
I thought you were briefly introducing the recommendation, Councillor Clark.
I think it has been seconded and I have moved it, yes?
Okay.
Chair, can I move my
You
amendment?
introduced the recommendation and then it was questions. And now, if you would, I think you maybe did make your speech.
I think I moved it. I think I moved it. I thought Councillor Andrews had seconded it.
Yeah, okay.
I could be wrong.
Okay, we'll move on then. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? Councillor Paul Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I would like to move an amendment, a very short amendment, and that is to add the words, and a report be produced to Policy and Resources with proposals for implementing the recommendations of the Car Parking Working Party. I think I have a seconder.
Is that seconded? Councillor Thackeray, thank you.
Can I briefly introduce the amendment, Chair?
Chair, can we have it read slowly so that we can get it down?
I think that's a good idea, thank you.
Yes, Chair. To add to the recommendation, and a report be produced to Policy and Resources with proposals for implementing the recommendations of the Car Parking Working Party. Is that okay, Chair, or do you want to, have I made it clear enough, or should I repeat it again? Are you happy with that?
Is everybody happy with that? Councillor Clark?
Unhappy with the principle behind it, but what is the car parking policy? Is this the car parking strategy, or am I mixing the two up?
The Chair, my words are the recommendations of the Car Parking Working Party, and I do not know whether.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you describe this as a strategy.
Recommended the car parking. I got policy. I misheard, Paul.
Can one person speak at once, please?
Chair, the point is this: before COVID, we had a car parking working party. It came forward with a strategy for changing the way council charges car park fees. That was worked out on the basis of a differential charges, different charges for different car parks. That was agreed by the whole working party, which represented all groups on this council. It was put to council, and the strategy that was put forward was adopted by the council. And then COVID came along, and then we made car parking free. And somehow or other, we lost sight of the car parking working party. So we've got to the stage where it's been agreed at working party level, it's been adopted by the council, but it hasn't been implemented. And so what I'm trying to do is we bring this to the next stage, which is the implementation stage, which is we ask the officers to prepare a report which about how they're going, how this how the strategy of the policy, how the recommendations of the working party can be brought into effect. And that's what I'm asking for, and that's what I think is necessarily follows from the recommendations of the Policy and Resources Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Has everyone got the wording of that? And we'll vote on this amendment then.
Can we hear it read out from the officers, please?
Could you do that? Could you read that recommendation out, please?
Yeah. The amendment is that a report be produced to P&R with proposals for implementing the recommendations of the Car Parking Working Party.
So can we take a vote on that amendment?
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Sorry, are we going to discuss it first or just going straight to the vote? The amendment?
I'm sorry, I didn't realise you wanted to speak. Does anyone
I don't necessarily, I just expected to...
Well,
yeah.
No one put their hand up, no one indicated they would like to speak, so I assumed they didn't. Sorry. Councillor Keane.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I keep doing that. Councillor Duncan, sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to say that Councillor Andrews may or may not be aware that this is already happening. We discussed at Policy and Resources at the last meeting how we wanted to see the car parking strategy, not just the recommendations of the working party, but the strategy as a whole implemented, and that we'd request an update through to P&R. It's already taking place. It puts us in quite a difficult position as to know what to do, given that it's already been requested as part of the work programme for Policy and Resources. I don't think it's necessary, but at the same time, it's already happening. So it just seems to me a bit of a waste of time to put it forward as an amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Oxley.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I'm just a bit confused. Not unusual. I keep hearing the word policy and strategy as different things. Can we be clear whether we're talking about the policy or we're talking about the strategy? Or are they indeed the same thing? Because I believe that one of them has already gone through to P&R. But I think it's the strategy rather than the policy. Seriously, I'm not looking to be awkward. I just want us to be absolutely clear what it is. In principle, we need to put this to bed, so why not? But I just want us to be clear which we're talking about.
I understand that, Councillor Oxley, and the recommendation is recommendations of the car parking working party. Is that correct, Councillor Andrews?
Yes, Chair. I've deliberately avoided calling them either policy or strategy. It's the recommendations of that working party which need to be implemented. The officers may call it a strategy, they may call it a policy, but as far as I'm concerned, the council have agreed those recommendations already. It's just a matter of putting them into effect.
So can we take the vote now, or does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
I think I've got a right to reply, Chair. I find myself here in agreement with Councillor Duncan. But the other half, which, you know, keep checking my thinking, but I find myself in that position. And on the other hand, and it was raised at P&R, the last P&R, I've got it down here in the diary for the potential group leaders meeting to find out, because I wasn't on the car park working party last time, to check with Councillor Duncan and other group leaders at that point. Have we got this right? Do we know where we are? The action plan never came to council. And there was an action plan that follows the strategy coming from the working party. So I don't think this does anything, this amendment, but equally I don't think it necessarily does any harm. So I'm quite minded to go somewhere between abstaining or voting for it, depending which makes life easier and quicker for you, Chair. Because Councillor Duncan is right, it is underway, it was underway, it probably needs a nudge, but nudging things at the moment with so much flying around is not that easy. But on that basis, I don't see it's going to do any harm, as long as it doesn't, and this is like bringing these things in out of the blue, cause extra officer work that means that other officer jobs aren't going to get done. And I'm sort of looking up at the screen and not getting any response, but then Philip's not there, so it would be probably unfair on the officers that are on the screen to decide what's good or bad for Philip while he's on holiday. So on that basis, I'm minded to vote for it in the sort of interests of harmony and so on. But I don't see the point. It is happening. But thank you, Chair.
So can we... Councillor Oxley.
Sorry, Chair, I'm still confused. If I understand the wording, it is to adopt the recommendations of the working party as they stand. So,
no, Chair. It's
excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you.
Is that the case, that the recommendation is to accept the recommendation of the working party as they stand now? No debate, no discussion, because that's what we're actually agreeing to do if we take this amendment on board. Literally, that's what we're intending to do.
Could you read the recommendation out again, please, so that everyone understands what the recommendation is? Thank you.
The amendment, Chair.
Sorry, the amendment. Sorry.
Yeah. The amendment is add a report be produced to P&R with proposals for implementing the recommendations of the car parking working party.
That's the amendment, and that's what we're going to vote on, that amendment.
Fine.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak before we go to the vote? Okay, so we'll take the vote now, thank you. Well, I've just gone to the vote now, Paul, is it?
You usually come back to the proposer to speak, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just say, just to clarify the point from Councillor Oxley's concerned, my understanding is that the policy of the Car Parking Working Party has been accepted and adopted by the council. What hasn't happened is it hasn't been implemented. And that is what I'm asking for, a report to be brought to the Policy and Resources to ensure that this happens. Now, it may well be that something is already in motion, and I'm very pleased to hear that it is. But on the other hand, members of the public don't know that. It's not on record, and it needs to be on record. And I don't think this is an item which should be at all controversial, as the policy has already been agreed. So I would ask members to vote for it, please. Thank you.
And on that note, can we now go to the vote? Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Burr's out. She's,
Councillor Clark. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney. Councillor Dockra. Councillor Duncan. Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Garbett Moore. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Graham.
Abstain.
Councillor Keel.
For.
Councillor King.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Abstain.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Middleton.
For.
Councillor Oxley. Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Raper.
Abstain.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Wass.
For.
Thank you.
Where was I up to?
Chair, that's 12 votes for, 1 against and 1 abstention, and 12 abstentions, sorry.
So that's carried. Thank you. So we now go back to the substantive motion as amended. If I can find the right page. Councillor Raper.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a huge draft coming in at my back. If this door behind me can't be closed, then I'm going to excuse myself from this meeting forthwith.
Is it possible to move Councillor Raper to another seat? We're not supposed to move to seats, so what if he's in a draft?
If you move to an empty table, Councillor Raper, then that would be acceptable in terms of the health and safety risk assessments if it moves you out of the track.
It's my health and safety I'm worried about, Chair, and I'm not prepared to take this draft any longer, and I don't think it will be improved by sitting somewhere else.
It's the ventilation of the room that's improved by the doors and the windows being opened. No, actually,
In that case, ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Yeah, we'll move back to, and we're on to, yeah, I know where we're up to now, I've just realised. So, does anyone else wish to speak in favour or against the motion as amended? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just to say that the reason for my question to Councillor Clark originally was that the recommendation on the table is to do nothing. It's not to do something, it's to do nothing. And for that reason, to vote for doing nothing or to vote against doing nothing, the same outcome is that nothing happens. And it did seem to me to be slightly a complicated way of going about things to refer to council that council does nothing. Obviously now we've got the amendment on the table, which is part of the recommendation, which we're debating, which is that the recommendations of the car parking working party will be considered in a report given to PNR, which in itself suggests that we're looking to make some changes to the arrangements for car parking charges. So it seems to now be even more
Councillor Burr, we're still on the car. Sorry, Councillor, we're still on the car parking issue. Yeah.
It seems to be an even more complicated situation than when we started, which means I'm not able to work it out, and perhaps other members of the council aren't either, as to know what to do. Away from the actual technical parts of the wording, which is extremely complicated, I think it is worth just addressing some of the comments that have been made by Councillor Clark. He mentioned that there's been all sorts of confusion, that there's been the hokey-cokey of car parking charges, that we've caused confusion to our officers and to the public. The fact is, we decided as a council that we wanted to implement 3 months of free car parking. Unexpectedly, lockdown happened, which meant that the original aim of the free car parking, which we wanted to provide, was undermined. We weren't able to support and give a boost to our businesses, which they needed, because lockdown happened and people weren't able to go and use all of the retail shops in the district. Some flexibility should have been shown by the Chairman of Policy and Resources. That was not shown, and the car parking charges were abruptly reintroduced. That was the Chairman of Policy and Resources. We then came to council and said, we don't find this to be a satisfactory situation. A majority of the council made a very simple decision and gave a simple instruction to our officers that we wanted to see the car parking, free car parking reintroduced for a short period of time to allow it to be considered. It then became apparent that that was not going to happen, was not going to be delivered, that Councillor Clark, as Chairman of PNR, was not going to implement the will of the council. It was possible to do that if common sense had been used, and it wasn't. And I can't help but avoid seeing some similarity between Councillor Clark's opposition to the free car parking and the fact it didn't happen. And I think it's an unacceptable situation that the council decided to do something and ultimately it wasn't implemented. And we're now in a situation where we're deciding not to do something. It's very confusing. I don't think it resolves the issue. We want to see, as a Conservative group, free car parking introduced across the district in every market town. I did have some interruption, Madam Chairman. That's what we wish to see happen. It hasn't happened, and we don't quite know how to work this out, given the situation which we now find ourselves in.
Councillor Mason.
I just want to answer some of the points that was made earlier about this being at the whim of the councils and all councillors in general. As I understand it, and Keane's already mentioned it, back in December when we made the decision for free parking, it was completely free parking till March 21. Now, COVID then impacted again and we ended up in lockdown, so that was literally kicked out of the water because of the timings of lockdown. I think the confusion came in here when it was decided to, let's do 3 hours. Well, okay, how are we going to do that? And that confusion's now started reigning all the way through this report. Personally, the deadline's gone. I think we just need to vote on this and move on because we can't implement it now because the deadline of May, 31st of May or whatever it was in 21, has gone. We're talking about this now in July. It's ridiculous. Can we just move on, please? And next time, I'd just appreciate it not being a whim of councillors. It was a democratic decision.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to say that given the reorganisation of the agenda, it probably makes the fact that item 12 has come before item 8, it probably makes my question 8C irrelevant. So if possible, can I withdraw that question, please? Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. Yes, referring to what Councillor Duncan said about the Chairman of Policy and Resources should have used his initiative or decided to prolong the council not charging for car parking from the 1st of April. The will of the council was that the free car parking stopped on the 31st of March. The public knew this, some were caught out, but some accepted it. The second part of that, to come back, and yeah, we're talking about whims, will, whatever. I couldn't, it didn't sit comfortably with me voting on free car parking for 4 months without an officer's report. And once we got the officer's report, £190,000, give or take, and officers' time to implement this. I just couldn't vote for free car parking, and at Policy and Resources there were 3 abstentions, but 6 of us voted once we'd seen the officers' report and at how much it was going to cost this council and how much it hadn't been looked at in the budget and everything. It was a no-brainer. We had to keep things as they were. Unless, yeah, as Councillor Mason says, I hope lessons can be learnt from this, and you know, we could probably look at it again in the future if we do decide to do free parking. But there always needs to be an officer's report. You can't just rush things through. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. We'll come back to who seconded this? Councillor Thackeray, do you wish... Oh, sorry, Councillor Andrews, do you wish to speak? Okay, so back to Councillor Clark then.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've just about thrashed this beyond all possibilities of anything more to be debated on it. There are a couple of points that need answering. Unexpectedly, lockdown happened. I don't know anybody, and didn't know anybody at that time, that wasn't expecting lockdown to happen. Might not have known which week it was going to happen in, or which week it should have happened in, because it might have not been the same as the week it did happen in. But it was going to happen, and it did. It wasn't unexpected. And Councillor Clark did not carry out the will of council. The will of council, decided by council, was to reintroduce charges on the 1st of April. That is what happened. And it would have been an interesting situation if Councillor Clark had suddenly moved into dictatorship mode and said, no, we'll have free car parking. Well, where was the evidence for that? The committee decided that. When was that decided? No, it doesn't matter. I've just decided that's what we're going to do. I don't want to be involved with that sort of approach. But I don't appreciate being told that I did not carry out the will of council when I did, word for word, with one exception, and that was a couple of months later. We would have actually had a week, 10 days, when we'd have gone from charging for car parking to free car parking and back to charging again. And I don't even think that Councillor Duncan would have thought that was sensible. So on that basis, tonight, this has saved me a little bit of time, because what I was already doing is now going back to P&R, doesn't need to go to the group leaders meeting next week, etc. So on that basis, I have absolutely no problem in voting for this as amended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So as the motion's been moved and seconded and debated, I will put it to the vote. I assume we'll have to do a name vote on this one, so members, please cast your votes.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Brackstone. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney. Councillor Docra. Councillor Duncan. Councillor Frank. Councillor Garbett-Moore. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Graham.
Abstain.
Councillor Keele.
Abstain.
Councillor King.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Middleton. Councillor Oxley.
Abstain.
Councillor Potter. Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Thank you. Chair, that's 10 votes for and 14 abstentions.
So that motion's carried. So we now go to item agenda 14 on your agendas. This is, could we get Lindsay back in, please? So we now go to item 14 on your agendas, which is on page 45 of your agenda. Item 14 on the agenda is to consider procedural motion to exclude the press and the public from the meeting during a discussion of the report marked exempt in the agenda papers under item 15A, as provided by paragraph 3 of schedule 12A of section 100A of the Local Government Act of 1972. There's one exempt item. This is listed in the public agenda papers, and members will have full copies of the report in their papers. Is that moved? Can someone move? Councillor Burr, thank you. And is that seconded? Councillor Andrews, Councillor Paul Andrews, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion? If no one wishes to speak, can we take this as carried by general affirmation? Thank you, that motion is carried. Could we pause the live stream? Councillor Clark.
Yes, Chair, I think we're all in agreement.
All right. So, that was item 15. Now we go back to item 9 on your agenda. Item 9 on the agenda is the appointment of substitute on Policy and Resources Committee from the independent group. Councillor Paul Andrews is the group's nomination. Is there a proposer? Is there a proposer from the group?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Councillor Andrews, yes.
Yeah. You proposed it, Councillor
Yes,
Andrews.
thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is he allowed to second himself? He's allowed to. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine then. Thank you. Has anyone any objection to Councillor Andrews being sub on P&R? So then, can we take this vote by general affirmation if there are no objections to it? Thank you. So, Paul Andrews, you've been appointed as a substitute. So, item agenda 10. Elected members are to appoint a staff champion in accordance with the motion carried at the ordinary meeting of council held on the 15th of April 2021. The result of the poll are included in the agenda. Please, can someone move a motion in relation to the appointment of a staff champion in the light of the results of the poll, and once it is seconded, you may make your speech. Councillor Dockerer.
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion and propose Councillor Duncan as staff champion following the overwhelming victory on the staff poll. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
I second that, Madam
Councillor
Chairman.
Bailey. Are there any other does anyone else wish to be put forward, as they're welcome to do so? No. Right. Yeah. I just have a note there that. Sorry, I just put a note there on my document here, but I won't read that out. So, Councillor Dockerer, would you like to make your speech? Thank you.
I would just like to say that obviously the staff were given the opportunity of proposing a new staff champion, and 106 people balloted, and Councillor Duncan receives 68 of the votes. I think it's right, it's only fair and right that he gets this position, and we get a new staff champion. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. Only to say that I think this is the first time we've been through a process of letting the staff be involved in selecting who we appoint as champion, and I think that must be a good thing. It shows that we're really taking an interest and care for our staff, and I hope that they're pleased with their choice. I could recommend him to them. Let's see how it goes.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Wass.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to know a bit about the democratic process that's gone on here, and I was wondering who's actually put the item on the agenda this evening. If somebody could clarify that for me, please.
In terms of the item being on the agenda, there'd been a motion at a previous council meeting to carry out a poll and then bring the results from that poll back. Full council still has the full powers to make an appointment of staff champion, so the poll is only effectively indicative. So it was to following on from the motion previously agreed by full council.
So who would oversee this then, Simon? Who's responsible for putting out the data and giving us this information?
Sorry, I can't quite hear what you're saying, Councillor Wass. Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, I'd heard that. As I think Councillor Wass said, who's responsible for overseeing the poll and putting out the information? Was that correct? The actual counting of the votes was overseen by myself. Other colleagues oversaw the issuing of the ballot papers, so that wasn't something I was directly involved in. The figures from the count, which both Councillor Clark and Councillor Duncan attended to observe, are the figures that are included on the agenda.
Thank you. Could you just therefore then, Simon, tell us how many took part in terms of what was the percentage turnout? Because I don't know how many people are employed within the council to take the vote. I know that you've got the results there in terms of 22 and 66 and 106 ballots, but I don't know what the turnout would have been.
I've not got the turnout figure here. I don't know if any other colleagues on the Teams meeting have got access to that.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, through you, can I just ask technical support? Apparently the sound from people on screen isn't coming through the live stream, I'm told. So if that's something you could look at while we progress with the debate, thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. It's just a question to Louise. You said the ballot papers were sent out to all the staff. Was there any other literature that accompanied the ballot papers?
Andrews, there was some information that said this is how you vote on your ballot paper, and also this is when you need to return it. We had some questions around this, how the ballot was to be administered, so we thought it was sensible to issue it with that explanation document. It also went out with a candidate statement from one of the candidates.
Sorry, could I just ask why only one of the candidates, please?
Yes, of course. So I didn't personally do this, but my understanding is that we had taken some legal advice on one of the candidate statements, and we were advised that an amendment should be made in order for that statement to be released by the council without risk. The candidate didn't wish to alter the statement, so as a result, on the back of the legal advice, only one candidate statement was issued.
I had some dealings with writing that. Well, it wasn't anything I put, was it? Because I wasn't contacted. Was there some? Did you say there was something illegal put on it?
I wouldn't say illegal, Councillor. I would say that we had legal advice that it would be unwise for one particular sentence to be included in that statement. I don't know if it was one that you wrote or not. I'm sorry, I don't have that information. But on the basis of legal advice, as the candidate themselves did not wish it to be changed, we only issued the one statement.
Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
You kind of answered my question. My original question was going to be how did the candidates get their materials out to the people voting? But you've answered that question. I'd like to know really then is when this legal advice came through to say we can't put that one out, was the other candidate informed of this and were measures taken to send out that information? Because it sounds to me that this doesn't sound particularly democratic if the information wasn't at hand for everyone.
Councillor Burr.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this doesn't sound very good, really. It sounds grossly unfair that somebody took the decision to take out a candidate's literature, information, etc. So that is wholly biased. So could you tell me, was anything done to try and rectify this? And could you tell me what type of information was on the flyer that went out, please?
So on the instructions that went out, as I've explained, it was how to do the ballot when you needed to return it by. So that was the nature of the instruction. The candidate information that was sent out for one of the candidates was, as that candidate had supplied it, they had provided it themselves. It was not amended in any respect. In terms of the other statement, then clearly it would have been preferable if we could issue two statements. But my understanding is that the candidate themselves did not wish it to be changed in any way, and the legal advice was it would be unwise of the council to issue it in the format that it was given unless that amendment was made. But no amendment could be made in deference to the councillor's wishes. So consequently, that was the reason one statement went out.
Yes, Councillor Paul Andrews.
Yes, through you, Chair. Am I hearing this right? We were advised, that the officers were advised that it was unwise to send this document out, but it was not illegal to send it out. Am I hearing this right?
Louise?
Shall I respond, Chair? The legal advice that we received was that we would be putting the council at risk of legal challenge if we sent it out unamended.
So at risk, but not necessarily illegal. So what? So, I mean, I have to ask, Chair, if it was not sent out, if it might put the council at risk if the council sent it out, why could not the candidate have sent it out himself? And why could not the council have made sure that copies were delivered to all the voters?
So if I may answer that as best I can, we could not issue it as the council in any form without legal risk to the council. So that was the reason that we did not do that. I don't know why the candidate did not wish to do that themselves. That would be a question for them. My understanding is that the candidate did request a list of teams and staff within those teams, which I understood to be for the purposes of the staff champion vote. It was in relation to the staff champion vote, is my understanding, but that request wasn't made directly to me, so I'm reporting back to you on that. The reason why that list was not used in that way is not a question I can answer.
Councillor Keel.
I mean, my question is very simple. If that was the advice that the council was offered in order to make this a truly democratic exercise, no documentation should have gone out from either candidate, and that would have been a very simple solution.
A conversation was had with the other candidate to that effect, but they were of the view that as there was no issue with their own statement, that it should stand and go with the pack.
Councillor Middleton.
Sorry, yes, it was Councillor Andrews answered my question. I was just the legal wording of it being unwise. I didn't know that could stop something going out because they thought it was unwise.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, my understanding of this process was that there would be a poll conducted with the literature from any candidate going out with that poll. That clearly hasn't happened. Shouldn't this be referred to standards?
That would be a matter for the monitoring officer. I'm happy for him to step in at this point or for us to take advice outside this meeting if he feels that's the most appropriate. I'm afraid I don't have the legal knowledge to be able to answer that question, Councillor.
Simon, would you like to answer that?
The remit of the Standards Committee relates to members' code of conduct, so if any member is concerned that another elected member may have breached the provisions of the code of conduct, they may put a complaint in writing to myself as monitoring officer, and we then carry out an assessment and take it forward or not according to the outcome of that assessment. Thank you.
Councillor Dockerer.
I've got 2 points here. Firstly, this isn't like we're talking about an organisation with tens of thousands of people in it, and they didn't know who the 2 candidates were. Every member of staff within Ryedale House and who works for them and North Yorkshire, I think they would all know who they were voting for. It was one of the candidates' choice to not remove a sentence. That was his decision to do that. Now, our officers are it is wise for them to follow legal advice, Are we now saying that we don't want them to follow legal advice because it doesn't suit the narrative of some individuals? Is that what we're saying? I think to expect to put this council at risk of litigation because one candidate wanted to say one sentence, I think is ludicrous. And I go back to my point. Absolutely every member of staff knew who they voted for. But because it doesn't suit the narrative of several individuals in this room, you are picking on a point to try and overturn a decision that the staff have made. The staff have spoken, and you are picking on a very small point that one candidate chose to leave in a sentence that would put us at risk. I find this incredible.
I've got hands all over the place again. I think Councillor Wass, yours was first, and then Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Delaney, and then Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, it's the big question to do with democracy, isn't it? And what are you putting out for people to actually make a decision by? We've had a lot of questions that haven't been answered, which is also very worrying when you get people saying it's a question I can't answer. And I don't think it really washes, to be quite frank. I would like to go back to my first question, and I thought it was answered, but now I'm getting a different sense. Who was responsible for this whole process?
Shall I answer the question? There were different people responsible for different parts of the process.
Sorry, I missed that.
A little echo, so it's quite hard for me to hear. So I'll different people are responsible for different parts of the process. So I was responsible for information about the internet, making staff aware of the staff challenge, encouraging them to have opportunity to give their view, their council's decision. And a member of my team put the packs together in the post and made sure that those things got out to people. We also involved some additional people to check that the information we had on addresses was up to date and correct as of the day prior to the meeting going out. As Simon said earlier, the process of collecting those votes in, looking at them, counting them, which was done in front of the candidates, that sat with Democratic Services. So it was a shared responsibility.
I think we heard about half of that, so...
I think it goes back to what Councillor Duncan said at the beginning. If people were here, we wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah. Councillor Clark, I think you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I never thought I'd have that feeling this early in life, but I feel as if I'm lying there in the coffin and there's a group of well-wishers or relatives or whatever round the coffin discussing how I ended up there. Now, that's fair enough as a sport, but it gets a little interesting. And I think there's one or two facts that need correcting here. One is I requested lists. May I make it very clear, I did not request lists of anything for anywhere for that election. Because I am not legally entitled. It is illegal for me or anybody else, a member of council, to have a list of officers and home addresses. So that's a slur that I just do not like. I chose not to remove the sentence. Absolutely right. Because I believed and believed it to be true. And I was told that it wasn't legal, but then we moved off into embarrassment and the council couldn't. I was proud of the fact that there's a manager in this organisation, our chief executive, had sacked them for bullying. And I found out as a result of my leaflet going in, and wasn't expecting any of this lot, that they were not sacked for bullying. They were not sacked. They were given some money, a small amount I believe, and sent off down the road with a reference. If that is the way this organisation treats bullies, that they are given a handout, however small, and sent off down the road, then I was not prepared to have my document censored. Somebody over here said Soviet Union. That's not the sort of censorship that I am prepared to take. So it's not quite a voice from the grave, it's a voice from the coffin. So can we stick to some of the facts that are right? A confidentiality agreement was done. Members were not told. I was a member of the appeals panel. I was not told. That officer was not sacked for bullying that I was led to believe. And that is a disgrace for any organisation, whether it's from the local allotment to a national government. It is not acceptable. I was proud to be a member of a council that had done years of work digging to find out where a bully was, brought in external consultants, found a bully, didn't go near it handling myself because that would have been totally wrong. The chief executive of this organisation looked into it and did the job, I thought, properly. And then I walked into that brick wall. Let me do one final state, not from the grave, but still from inside the coffin. I have absolutely no complaints of Councillor Duncan in this whole process. He acted impeccably. And he deserves my congratulations, which I have done on him winning the vote. And I will not be voting against him because he did absolutely nothing wrong. But the whole structure and organisation, and I do not mean Simon counting the votes, the whole structure and the cover-up that had been going on for a year before I stumbled. I didn't know I was going to walk into it. And I find that the person that I had been told had been sacked wasn't. And I suspect this tape will be neatly edited and we'll all go home and forget about it. But, Chair, it is not acceptable. And I don't know whether it's standards, whether it's a court of law, where it is. But somebody needs to look into this because it is totally unacceptable to have a public body giving public money to somebody who was a bully when there's somewhere between 12 and 20 people in this organisation had their lives / careers wrecked by it. I wish Councillor Duncan well as the staff champion, but I haven't finished on this one yet. It is totally unacceptable to me, and I hope I have the support of some other councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought things were going too well tonight with an unprecedented level of cooperation. I really don't like this coordinated attack on our officers in the public domain. I appreciate people have got grievances, but I think there's tutting in the background. I think there are better ways to handle it than hanging our officers out to dry in public. My point being, Councillor Clark has kind of covered some of that off there, because I think everybody was assuming he was the candidate, but now we have that clarified. That one sentence was to be removed from the statement. I was struggling to understand what was so groundbreaking in that one sentence that was more important than actually having a leaflet delivered with the ballot papers. My final point being, we talked about legal ramifications with everybody active, and people are happy to follow the legal advice and the potential legal and make a decision based on potential legal ramifications on things like that. But when it came to this decision, the same people are quite happy to ignore that or dismiss it. So I just think we should have some consistency as councillors about which, if we are going to pick and choose which advice we follow. And I hope that, seeing as nobody else was put forward, that we can have a vote on this and Councillor Duncan can be elected and can do a good job as the staff champion, because that's the most important thing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, most of my questions have just been answered. But there's still one question remaining in my mind, and that is that the Nolan principles of standards in public life surely apply to both members and officers. And I would like to think that there is going to be a follow-up on this matter, because it is absolutely deplorable and unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey, as the seconder, would you like to speak? Your hand went up very late there, Councillor Duncan.
We were on
Sorry, I think Councillor Duncan wishes to speak first, so I'll come back to you, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The first thing I wrote down on my notes before we had the debate was to say thank you to Councillor Clark for his work as staff champion. There has been a lot of work that he has done in recent years on a number of issues. I don't want to delve too deeply into those. Clearly there are some issues which Councillor Clark still feels very passionately about and which he wishes to pursue. But I did want to say thank you to him for his work. What I did want to do also was to raise a number of issues relating to staff, because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of this staff champion poll was to inform our decision making, and that seems to have been slightly overshadowed by the poll itself. The whole intention behind this was to ensure that the views of our officers and their thoughts and feelings and issues relating to their welfare would be heard and debated by councillors. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened this evening, and we've got bogged down yet again in our own internal processes. So I want to refer to two issues that are not historical issues, they're live issues, which I do think are important. I have tried to hit the ground running already, preemptively, in hope that I would be appointed as staff champion this evening, following the poll, and there's two issues I want to focus upon. The first is around working arrangements for staff. Staff, they want and they deserve clarity about how things will work in the future with regards to Ryedale House and the other working venues. They've had an extremely difficult 12 months more now that they've had to cope with all the pressures around COVID, and there is going to be a transition process getting people back into physical working situations. And I do think that is worthy of attention and does need member input, and I'd be keen to promote that. The second one is around the not-so-recent staff survey. There is a number of issues relating to that which I'm keen to pick up and ensure that I work upon in my role as staff champion. I have requested a copy of the written free-form text responses which were given by officers in reply to that survey. My request has been denied, and I'm not prepared to accept the explanation for my request being denied. I think it's important that not only members see those text responses, but that managers see them as well, because if they don't see them, then there is no way that they can be heard, listened and acted upon. So I'm keen to pursue that because we have received those free-form text responses before. It shouldn't have changed without member consultation. There was no consultation with myself. I was leader at the time. That consultation did not happen. And it's right that we do see those text responses. Staff want their managers to see them. Managers want to see them. Staff want members to see them. I think we all want to see them. So I'm not prepared to accept the situation and the explanation that's been put forward. In summary, I am prepared to work extremely hard on behalf of the staff. I've worked very closely with them in my time as leader, and I'm very honoured to have received their support in the staff poll. I wasn't expecting the result that was received, but I thank everyone who voted for me, and I promise to work for everyone, even if they didn't vote for me in the poll. Yeah, I'm very pleased and honoured to have been elected via the poll, and I hope that all members of this council, irrespective of their political or personal feelings, thoughts, beliefs, can honour the result that has been delivered by the staff poll. I think not to do so would be an absolute travesty that would fundamentally damage relations between staff and members beyond repair. I don't think there is any option but to honour the result. I was prepared to do that if Councillor Clark had been victorious in the poll, and I hope that I can be afforded the same by other members of this council. So again, thank you very much. And one thing I would say as well, obviously I understand there has been questions around how the poll has been conducted. I had not been involved with that. I simply submitted my CV, my promises to the staff. That was circulated as had been decided by council, and no candidate at any stage, as far as I'm aware, either myself or Councillor Clark, queried any part of the process. We went to the table where the ballots were counted. We saw the ballots be counted. Councillor Clark congratulated me. I'm thanking him for his work as staff champion this evening, and I hope that we can move forward from this poll, and I'm prepared to work as hard as I can for members of this council's workforce. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Personal explanation, Chair. Thank you for those kind words, Councillor Duncan. The only correction I would make to that is you said no candidate challenged the process. I did severely challenge the process of censoring my leaflet, which you weren't aware of. I understand that, but it doesn't make what you've just said accurate, because I did challenge it several times, long and hard, at all sorts of levels. I'd got nowhere, and now I know why.
Councillor Bailey, a seconder, would you like to speak?
I have had my hand up for a while, and my hand was up when I was asking questions, and it's just one question that I'd like to ask, and that is, what is the what is the name of the legal advisor who gave this advice, and from which barristers' chambers did he come? Thank you.
Louise, is it possible to answer that?
I may need to defer to monitoring officer, because the legal advice was sought through that route from our usual legal process.
Could members have that information, please, Chair? I don't need it. I don't need it now.
Okay. We'll get that circulated to members later. Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Are we summing up now, Chair?
At last, I hope we are, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks. I haven't much really to add, and particularly after Councillor Duncan's said what he had to say. What I just would reiterate is I think it's really important for us as members. It's our job to appoint one of ourselves as staff champion. It's really important that we get on and do that here. I think it would be disrespectful to the staff not to do that here and now. I'm sure we're going to do that. I understand that there are questions and issues and difficulties with the process. We're not 100% bound to the outcome of this process. I don't think. It's just making sure that the staff had a say and that we heard what they had to say. And so I think it's wrong to put too much store and too much pressure on our staff for the process that they've gone through. They've gone through this in good faith, I'm sure, and I very much welcome the input that's come back out of it. So with that said, I'm happy to wind up by endorsing Councillor Duncan to go forward and do his best.
Thank you. Councillor Dockerer, as the proposer, would you like to come back?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so in that case, we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
4.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
4.
Councillor Bailey. 4. Councillor Brackstone.
4.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney.
4.
Councillor Dockerer. Councillor Duncan. Councillor Frank.
4.
Councillor Garbett Moore. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Graham.
4.
Councillor Keogh. Councillor King. 4. Councillor Mackenzie. 4. Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Middleton.
4.
Councillor Oxley. 4. Councillor Potter.
4.
Councillor Ryby.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
Councillor Wass.
4.
Thank you. That's unanimous, Chair.
Could I just say, Madam Chairman, thank you to everyone who supported me in this role. I would like everyone's support throughout the time that I serve as staff champion, because I do think that our workforce, we can do nothing without them. So any support that people can give me will be very much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. So Councillor Duncan is appointed as staff champion. Next, item 11 on the agenda. Council needs to consider the appointment of a new representative to the Police, Fire and Crime panel following Councillor Hope's decision to step down from this role. Are there any nominations? Councillor Keogh.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Lindsay Burr.
Thank you. I'll second that from the chair. Councillor Middleton? Councillor Delane? Councillor Duncan?
Sorry, I wanted to second what Councillor Dock was going to say before she said it.
Sorry, you were going to second?
I'd like to propose Councillor Cleary, please. I think I've got a seconder.
And I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against these nominations? Any of you wish to speak? No? Amazing. Councillor Middleton.
Yes, after serving on the committee myself, and I think everybody remembers my comments on it, I do think that Councillor Burr would be a better option, just to change the dynamics of the committee rather than the usual middle-aged men.
All right. Councillor Goodrick.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Sorry, that's a really inequitable thing to say. We are an equal opportunity. We should be affording everybody equal opportunity. Just because you're a woman shouldn't just mean you get a chance to go on the police and crime panel. It's about equal, and I can't believe it's come from a legal person, such a statement. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Middleton, did you wish to come back?
Yes, I do actually. I do come from a legal background, but I also come from an employment law background, and the behaviour on the police, fire and crime panel should not be tolerated in any modern society. The fact that it's not been addressed doesn't mean that it's acceptable. So I think I have a right to have my say, and I'm allowed to vote for a female to go onto that committee. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think our decision as a council, whatever decision we reach, should be reached on the basis of what people can offer to the police, fire and crime panel, what contribution they can make, what expertise and experiences they have. It should not be about anyone's gender, the way that they look, the way that they sound. It should be about the contribution that they can make. And that is the basis on which I will make my decision. And I think it might be useful to councillors, rather than talking about the way that people look and sound and making what I feel could be discriminatory statements. I think it's important that we actually hear from the two potential candidates about what they might bring to the role and why they wish to do it. I think that will be a much better basis for this council to make a decision.
Councillor Keogh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As the person that proposed Councillor Burr, I'd just like to make a few comments. My proposal for her in this role was based on my knowledge of Councillor Burr as a long-standing and very experienced councillor on this council. She is a member of town, district and county councils, and she has many years of extremely good experience as a councillor and within the communities she serves. Those are my reasons for proposing her. I think she is the best candidate for the job.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Yeah, it's just a point really on... I completely agree with Dinah. I think Lindsay's qualifications nothing to do with gender, but on gender balance on committees, 50% of the population are women, and perhaps we should have a fair representation across quite a few committees. So I will be making a decision on who I think is best for the job, but I see no problem with it being a woman.
It shouldn't be an issue either way. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I've known Councillor Burr for many, many years. I knew her when I was an officer of the council, and she was always an excellent member from an officer point of view. Very clear, very concise, and she knew exactly what she was doing and where she was going. And I've been equally impressed with her as leader of my group. And I would hope that members in this room would take the view that as Councillor Hope came from this side of the House, if I could put it that way, then perhaps it could be accepted that perhaps our side of the House should have the next appointment to this post. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Oxley.
Yeah. Again, I sit flabbergasted. We're having debates about, it seems to me, we've had issues raised about the state of the police, fire and crime panel. I assumed you've recently been on it. We've had issues about, is it our job to elect the best person or to try and balance up the gender balance on that group of people? And now we're having debates about sides of the House. I really do not understand what we are doing with this. We have two candidates. It is our judge. It's for us to judge who is the best candidate and vote for them. It is as simple as that. And yet again, we are playing around. Words have been thrown around. Opinions have been expressed that are doing this council no good in the eyes of anybody who is sat watching this live stream. I'm sorry, but I'm getting really, really, really sick of this.
Councillor Graham.
I'm just minded to ask what Councillor Andrews means by this side of the House. The last time I asked about a coalition and cooperation and all the rest of it, I was assured it didn't exist. So I'd just like to hear what his explanation is.
Do you want a point of explanation, Chair?
No, I don't think we need go into this. I think we're straying way off this issue. I think we've been way, yeah. I think it would be a good idea for both candidates to tell us why they would like the position. And then after that, I feel we ought to go to the vote. This is getting a bit out of hand. Thank you. Can I go to Councillor Cleary first?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am astounded in this year that I am being criticised for my gender and my age. I've never thought of myself as middle-aged, but I suppose I am. I put myself forward and I was graciously accepted that my group would propose and second me. I have no knowledge of the makeup of the police fire body, so it didn't really enter my mind that I would spoil its makeup or add to its makeup because I'm white, middle... I don't know, am I criticised for being white as well, or was it just middle-aged and male? Let's try and put this nonsense behind me. I volunteered because I have time on my hands to devote to the people of Ryedale, and that is what I promised to do from the beginning and what I continue to do. I will say no more than that. I'm astounded at the... I have absolutely no criticism for Councillor Burr, but it would be very unfortunate for her, I think, if she won this nomination on the basis of some of the... I won't repeat the nonsense that's been said. I put myself in the hands of the council. Thank you.
Councillor Burr.
Oh, dear me. Thank you very much, and I have deep respect for Councillor Cleary, and whatever happens, Councillor Cleary, I'm sure there'll be no hard feelings against you and I. So, yeah, I put myself forward for this because I do have a very deep interest in this area. As an adult and children's safeguarding officer, I'm really aware of deprivation and social issues that seem to be arising. And obviously the police are actually having to deal with these issues. And it was raised at a meeting recently that the police are doing more and more work on social issues. And that's something that I would like to explore and understand about. I think that if I was elected, I would bring I'd be coming from a different stance. Although it has been said that I am an experienced councillor, I think I would like to go there probably with a different stance on things and listen to what people say and take their views forward. So I'm actually bringing real people's worries and things that they want to bring up, and I think I would like to put that onto the table. So, you know, if people don't vote for me, there's no hard feelings. If I get the post, I'll do my best. So thank you very much.
Okay. Would everybody be happy now if we went straight to the vote? Anyone not? Councillor Duncan.
Just wanted to ask one quick question of Simon, which relates to proportionality of the police and crime panel. Is there any restriction on membership in terms of political proportionality of the panel as a whole? Obviously, there has been a reference made by Councillor Andrews relating to this side of the House. Obviously, the previous two holders of the role have previously been on one side of the House and then crossed over to the other side of the House. How does that work in terms of political proportionality? And should that be a consideration?
I'm not aware of any restriction relating to political proportionality. I have to be honest with members, it's not a question I've asked them, but I'm not aware of any restriction.
So we need to vote on this now. So do we go for? Do we just say who we're voting for?
Yes, Chair, it would either be votes for Councillor Burr or for Councillor Cleary if members indicate which, or otherwise an abstention.
Okay. Are you all with that? Who are you voting for or abstain? Okay, right. We'll take the vote now.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Brackstone.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cleary.
Myself.
Councillor Cousins.
Councillor Cousins.
Councillor Delaney.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Dockra.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Frank.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Garbutt-Moore.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Goodrick.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Graham.
Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Keele. Councillor King. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mason. Councillor Middleton.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Oxley. Councillor Potter. Councillor Ryby.
Councillor Burr.
Councillor Thackeray.
Councillor Burr.
And Councillor Was.
Councillor Burr.
Chair, that's 14 votes for Councillor Burr and 11 votes for Councillor Cleary.
So, Councillor Burr, you are the...
Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you for the ones who voted for me, and for the ones who didn't, I'll do my best.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. May I suggest that we have a 10-minute adjournment? It seems to be a sensible break in the agenda.
Could we have 5 minutes?
I don't
Because I was
mind.
hoping to get
5
finished
minutes,
by
6
10
minutes.
o'clock, and we still have
Any other reasonable number?
a lot of stuff to go through. So 5 minutes. Back at past. 13, the notices on motion, which are on page 3. Moving now to notices on motion, we had 8 motions to consider, but I believe now there's only 6 because one was withdrawn and Councillor Delaney said tonight his is being withdrawn. So turning to the first of the motions at item 13A on the agenda.
Excuse me, Chair, point of order. This is a long item and it has a risk of running past 10 o'clock. Should we now be deciding whether we're going to finish this agenda? Because I personally didn't like the inferences made earlier and would like to complete the agenda tonight if we possibly can. But I think we have to decide that now rather than when this item runs past 10 o'clock.
Yes. Yeah, I think we will do that then. I think we'll vote to, if we can take a vote to suspend standing orders if this runs over 10 o'clock. Has anyone any objection to that? Objections all over the room. Sorry? So we've got objections all over the place, so we'll have to take a vote on whether we suspend standing orders or not. So could we take a vote on that, please?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Joy Andrews. For. Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
We are voting whether to suspend standing orders, if we're for that or against it.
Against. Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Against.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney.
Against.
Councillor Dockra.
Against.
Councillor Duncan.
Against.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Garbett Moore.
Against.
Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Graham.
Against.
Councillor Keele. Councillor King.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
Against.
Councillor Middleton.
Against.
Councillor Oxley.
Against.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
Against.
Councillor Thackeray.
Against.
And Councillor Wass.
For.
Thank you.
Further point of order, Chair, while you're taking the vote on that.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Clark.
Further point of order, Chair, on while that is being counted, and I think we probably have our suspicions that it will not be passed. On that basis, when is the adjourned meeting to be held?
I haven't decided, Councillor Clark. We haven't even taken the vote yet. Can we hang on?
No, I understand that. I understand that, Chair. But while the officers were adding up the numbers, I thought we ought to be considering having a date for it rather than leave it out into the open.
Have we a date reserved, Simon? No. Can I have the
Chair,
result of the vote, please?
7 votes for and 18 against.
So we are not going to suspend standing orders tonight. So after this has been taken and debated, we will have to close the meeting. And there's 2 options after that, but we'll go to agenda item 13 while
Just for information, Chair, because there's been 2 breaks in the meeting, the guillotine won't fall until 10:20, so it is later than 10 o'clock.
Ooh, we might even get through this by 10:20 and all the questions as well. Let's crack on. Motions on... Councillor Middleton.
When was the 2 breaks?
There was the break at the beginning when the when the
No, that wasn't a break for
equipment
us. We
wasn't
were here.
working.
That was a break for the officers who couldn't hear.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Okay.
Oh, for Christ's sake, get on.
No, there was a break in the meeting.
Are we having a delay?
Are we going to discuss this, or are we going to go on with what's on the agenda? Please. Thank you. Item 13. I've lost my note now. Turning to the first of the motions, item 13A on the agenda, under Council Procedure Rule 11.4, a motion concerning a matter within the purview of the committee, which is moved and seconded, shall automatically stand referred to that council. The motion from Councillor Paul Andrews falls within the purview of the Policy and Resources Committee and will therefore stand automatically referred to the committee once moved and seconded, where it can be considered with an officer's report. Councillor Andrews, please move your motion.
It's very simple, Chair. We have an air quality management area round about Butcher Corner and the level crossing at Norton. And we have an air quality monitoring committee which for that air quality management area. And we struggle to get hold of information as members as to what happens on that committee and what is decided and how it's decided. We find some of the conclusions of that committee extremely controversial, and we have complaints by residents which we have to deal with daily. It is a matter of great concern to residents that we, the members, do not seem to be in control. And so therefore, the objective of this motion is, I wouldn't say to put members in control so much, but is to put members into a position where they can understand what is going on and be in a position to influence the decisions that are taken. That is what I would like a report to be submitted in regard to Policy and Resources Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Thackeray, thank you. So this motion has been, it stands automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee. Um, 13B has been withdrawn, and so we now turn to motion item 13C on the agenda. Under Council Procedure Rule 11.4, a motion concerning a matter within the purview of the committee, which is moved and seconded, shall automatically stand referred to that committee. The motion from Councillor Ryedale falls within the purview of the Policy and Resources Committee and will therefore stand automatically referred to that committee once it's moved and seconded, where it can be considered with an officer report. Councillor Ryedale, would you please put your motion?
Thank you, Chair. I propose that the officers look into options of funding to support the Kirby Moorside Helmsley cycle route and bring a report as soon as possible back to the the Policy and Resources Committee to discuss funding options and implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you.
Chair, excuse me, am I allowed to sort of elaborate on that in a follow-up speech?
Yes, you are allowed to speak,
Thank you.
Councillor Ryedale. You will have 3 minutes.
go now. Is that correct? Thank you, Chair. I am pleased to ask this Council to support the motion that Ryedale District Council give financial support for the Path for All project of Kirby Mooside Helmsley. A Path for Everyone route is for walkers, cyclists of all ages, mobility-assisted vehicles, runners and horse riders. To upgrade a roadside footpath requires an order by North York's County Councillor, rights-of-way consultation for bridleways, and to follow a legal process. North Yorkshire County Council are sympathetic to this proposal. If I may mention some of the facts, distance between Kirby Mooside to Helmsley is 5.5 miles. The area covers a population of around 5,000 people. There are 700 students at Ryedale School. The money raised by the group that are promoting this is in excess of 40,000. The potential cost of the scheme is around £1 million. The scheme is supported by Kirby Town Council, Ryedale Forum, Ryedale First Bridal Group, among others. The scheme would allow pupils as well as adults the ability to commute without having to use motor vehicles and therefore reduce pollution and thus improving air quality. It would also encourage exercise, therefore improving physical and mental health. Whilst commuting, you would be allowed to absorb the scenery and the wildlife while getting from A to B. The old railway line would be perhaps the ideal route. However, it is difficult to predict the existing owners who own some of the railway line, the outcome of discussions with them. Fortunately, it would be possible to complete the route by upgrading the paths existing adjacent to the highways and also creating new pathways where none exist, if necessary. I personally, for exercise reasons, cycle on the A170 and can assure you that cycling on a busy road is a perilous occupation, and it is illegal to cycle on the present footpaths if the law is enforced, which means that to encourage the elderly, the school children and everyone else to cycle is a silly idea without first making available the proper facilities. The roads get busier, the need to keep fit and healthy increases, and the need to become more eco-sensitive grows. By making it easier for communities in which I'm fortunate to live become more self-sustainable is becoming ever more important. Councillors, climate change is a fact that we need to address. This is one way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryby. As your motion's been moved and seconded, the motion now stands automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee. Turning now to the motion, item 13D on your agenda. As this motion relates to the delegation of powers to Policy and Resources Committee to take a decision. Good night. To take a decision at the next meeting, it will be dealt with tonight. Councillor Duncan, can you please move your motion? And then once it's seconded, you can make your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to propose the motion.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Duncan, would you like to make your move of speech?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. The issue of the multi rooms, obviously, where we are based this evening, has been hotly debated at Council in the past. We've debated funding and the way in which we should approach that quite extensively. We did make a decision after lots of debate. A proposal was brought forward to Council to recommend £193,000 be released. A further £307,000 was allocated from reserves. This came as somewhat of a surprise to the Milton Rooms Committee. However, they are now very keen to ensure that they can progress with their very ambitious plans for development using the total £500,000. due to some complications, I think, with the decision-making process that we have at Ryedale District Council, there has been some delays and uncertainty about when a decision could be reached with regards to release of that £500,000. The motion which I put forward has been seconded by Councillor Graham, is delegating to Policy and Resources Committee the ability to release the total amount of funding, including that 307 amount, going forward. And it's, I think, vitally important that we make this decision so that P&R can decide to do this at the next meeting on the 29th of July. Failure to do so could mean that the Milton Rooms is left in limbo, waiting for this council to make a decision, I think, in September. That, I don't think, is acceptable to them, given the work that they've put in to devising some really good proposals for this building. While we have had debate in the past with regards to the amount of the funding, the fact that decision was reached by the council, it's right that we have clarity for the Milton Rooms for them to be able to progress. It's right that we delegate to P&R to make this decision and put the faith in the Milton Rooms for the plans that they've put forward. I would like to hope that we can all get behind this. It's a technical thing, really, in relation to our procedures. It does not affect or change the decision that was taken, which was to release £500,000 to the Milton Rooms. I'd like to say personally that I wish the Milton Rooms Committee lots of success. I was in quite close contact with the previous chairman, Councillor Andrews. I've been in close contact with the current chairman, Councillor King. I think both had worked with the interests of the Milton Rooms at heart, but I'm pleased that we're now able to move forward with this. There is firm plans on the table, and hopefully that Ryedale District Council can leave a legacy which we can be proud of with this building, which has had a hot and interesting debating history in this council. So I hope that people can support this and give faith to the Milton Rooms. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, this is open to debate, so would anyone wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I think this motion is non-contentious with one possible snag, and that is I'm not prepared to preempt the decision of P&R. So by definition, P&R could approve this, it might reject it. If it approves it, this motion gets exactly what it wants. If, on the other hand, P&R rejects it, I don't think that decision should be left purely with P&R. So on that basis, if P&R accepts it, that's fine, we go with this motion. But if P&R rejects it, I would move it in a way or amend it. And that would be rejected because there was something technically wrong at that point, or the money wasn't where it should be, or whatever the technical problem is. To either recommend to full council that we don't accept it at that point, and then put in an emergency full council in the ensuing, end of August, whatever, so there isn't too much delay. If we find ourselves in P&R in a position where we're going to turn it down, as this stands, that would be the end of it, and we'd have to start the process again in a great rush some point later on in the year. So provided, and Councillor Duncan is on there on P&R with me, as you are, Chair, so we would be in a position to say, we don't approve it tonight because whatever, and I can't imagine what the technical reason is, but technical reasons happen. But we recommend to full council that it does it or it doesn't do it or whatever, and then we could move an emergency full council in to make sure that it isn't waiting until the end or till way on into September. Now, as long as Councillor Duncan is aware that that could happen, because I'm not at this point prepared to agree to it happening, and I know the wording doesn't say that, but the opposite of not agreeing to it is that we disagree with it. And I think we ought to have a road through or an understanding as to what the road through would be if we, for some reason, end up not supporting it at that point. And that shouldn't be a reason to say, well, no, we can't refer it to full council because the decision was yours, full stop. So I'm saying, just with that proviso, I will be supporting this.
Councillor Andrews, Paul Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I go along with everything that Councillor Duncan and Councillor Clark have said, but I would like to propose an amendment, and I'll read out the amendment. It reads as follows: and the Secretary of State for Communities be advised of the money the Council has ring-fenced for the Milton Rooms, and be requested that, should a decision to reorganise councils in North Yorkshire be made, this money should be exempted from any order imposing a moratorium on council spending. Now, I'll explain how this has happened. Councillor Burr, Councillor Thackeray and myself had a meeting with the MP, and we raised this issue with the MP, and we said, you know, we are concerned that if a reorganisation decision is made, a moratorium on council spending will be imposed on all the relevant authorities. And his response was, well, I will support you if you ask for this moratorium, but you've got to get it in quick. Because if you don't get it in quick, the order may be made, and nothing, and it may not be possible to do anything about it. So in other words, we could authorise P&R to make the decision, to make whatever decision it likes, but before P&R meets, we may be faced with a government moratorium. So in order to forestall that and to take Kevin Hellenrake's advice, I would ask members to please support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Have you given that in writing, Councillor Andrews?
I gave it to you, Chair, but I can give you another copy.
I think I passed it on in our pre-meet.
I've got a copy of it.
She's got it. She's got it. It's all right. She's got it. It's all right. She's got it. She's got that amendment. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Chair, in relation to this, if the amendment has been seconded and it is acceptable to Councillor Duncan, we don't need to have debated, because it seems eminently sensible to me. You can take that as my speech on the amendment as well, because it can't do us any harm, and if it does us some good, we maybe ought to be doing it with other things as well. Thank you.
So, is your amendment seconded, Councillor Andrews? Councillor Burr, are you seconding that amendment?
Yes, Chairman, I would like to second it, and I again would just like to give you a bit of background information. As the proposer who actually asked for the 307 to be ring-fenced for the Milton Rooms, and Councillor Ryedale seconded that. When we had the meeting with the MP, the three of us, we actually brought up the Milton Rooms because we were really, really concerned that the Milton Rooms Management Committee was moving forward to make, you know, some improvements, which is vitally needed because the Milton Rooms has been starved of money for so long. We said, how can we protect this money? And it was his advice that he actually said we need to do something about it. So this shouldn't be controversial, political. All it is belt and braces to make sure that the Milton Rooms does actually get that 307 that was voted upon, and we need to move forward quite quickly. So it's a belt and braces. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I understand that Councillor Duncan can accept this? No, you're not prepared to do it, right?
The issue here was trying to expedite the council process to ensure that the Milton Rooms could access the money as quickly as possible. It was trying to rectify something that should have been resolved, I feel, by the Chair of Policy and Resources, but hasn't been. We've taken proactive action to do that. It's nothing to do with local government reorganisation. The meeting is going to be held on July the 29th. We may get a decision on local government reform by then, but I don't think that is going to impact immediately the finances of this council. I expect and hope that we can make a decision on the 29th and for release of the funding to the Milton Rooms. I don't understand the context behind a moratorium on the spending. Member of Parliament has made no contact with me as leader of the Conservatives on this council with regards to a moratorium. And I don't think the Secretary of State, to be completely honest with you, is going to listen to anything that this council says. There will be a standard process that is taken forward with regards to reorganisation. I expect that will be implemented. I can't see this making any difference whatsoever. I'm surprised that, again, this has come forward, but this is about the funding for the Milton rooms. I don't know whether it's going to make any difference or not, but I don't understand the full implications to it, and I'm reluctant to support something that I don't fully understand and that I've had no background information on.
Okay, well, we're going to have to vote on this amendment in that case.
Well, Chair, do I get a right?
You can come back if you wish, Paul. I think you've just about said all that's to be said, but if you wish to come back, yes.
Well, my point is quite simply that we've been advised to do this by the MP. There are 3 members of this committee here who were there when that advice was given, and we would be very foolish to throw that advice away. And I personally can't understand why there can be any objection to what I'm proposing. Thank you, Chair.
Lindsay, do you wish to say any more? Oh, sorry, Simon, sorry. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
I beg your pardon. I ought to know better. Yes, sorry. I'm not well versed in council procedure and how all these things work, but I do understand, and I have sat through council meetings, and voted in support of the Milton rooms receiving money in the first instance, and then the bigger sum of money proposed by Councillor Burr, ring-fenced. And frankly, in the real world, I think the answer would be, why can't we just get on and do it? Why do we have to keep going to one committee, then another committee? Because, frankly, I just find it completely and utterly bonkers. You've got the councillors in the room tonight. Can you not just ask us, can we vote to release this money to the Milton rooms? End of story. Or are we going to kick it further down the road like everything else gets kicked down the road?
We need to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, well, precisely. The answer is we're back into just council procedure that thwarts every positive, good intent, action. Get on and do it. No, we can't, because we've got to go to yet another committee. It's like the world is built of committees and nothing happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we take the vote on the amendment now, please? So we're voting on the amendment that Councillor Andrews put.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
4.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
4.
Councillor Bailey.
Abstain.
Councillor Brackstone.
4.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Cleary.
4.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Dockra.
4.
Councillor Duncan.
Abstain.
Councillor Frank.
4.
Councillor Goodrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Graham.
Abstain.
Councillor Keele. 4. Councillor King.
Councillor King's out of the room.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Mackenzie.
Abstain.
Councillor Mason.
4.
Councillor Middleton.
4.
Councillor Oxley.
4.
Councillor Potter. 4. Councillor Thackeray.
Councillor Ryby.
I thought you were Ryby first.
4.
Councillor Thackeray.
4.
And Councillor Wass.
4.
Chair, that's 17 votes for and 6 abstentions.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak to this motion as amended? Councillor Bailey.
Just to say, Chair, that as I understand the amendment that's been pass, then that we'll be going to the Secretary of State and saying, please, Secretary of State, if you're going to put a moratorium on all the things that the Council wishes to do until you sorted out the organisation, but please exempt this one. And that, I just wondered what other things the Council had got plans to do, which it might also want to ask the Secretary of State to exempt. It seems a bit perverse to have one of our spending plans requested an exemption and not in the round, and that's why it seemed a bit wrong to me to single out that particular objective. I'm not really against getting it done, but I'd like to get all the things we want to do done.
Councillor Mason.
I just have a question, actually, and Councillor Bailey's got quite a valid point. Are we not opening up a legal challenge here by other projects challenging this decision just because the Milton Rooms? If there's any other money that's going to be given to other organisations, I take Councillor Bailey's point, actually.
No, that legal point. Is there a legal point to this? Do we have any?
There is a legal advisor on the team screen behind you.
I don't think we could hear her last time. Louise, have you any advice for this? I hope we can hear you better than last time.
Hello, Chair. I'm the legal advisor. You need to refer to Nigel McCroy, who I can see is on the call.
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Nigel. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. I suppose by way of introduction, so Nigel McCloy, I am Head of Legal at North Yorkshire County Council and the legal advisor here this evening. In terms of the question, is it opening Ryedale Council to legal challenge in terms of ring fencing one decision? Not specifically. However, as you know, many of you will know or ought to know, decision making by public bodies is always open to potential legal challenge. So in terms of the decision that is made this evening, if you want to ring fence that, that is a decision that Ryedale Council can make. However, if somebody thinks that that is disproportionate or not based upon valid reasoning, then of course they can challenge it via various mechanisms, and you'll know I've been familiar with mechanisms such as judicial review, etc., or the stand.
Shall we deliver on those? Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and I can absolutely understand why Councillor Keele is saying this. However, you know, Malton members went to the MP, talked to him about local government reorganisation, had a very, very good conversation with him, and it was his advice. So yes, I would say no, and I would say that yes, we have got projects, but we want to save the Milton Rooms. As I said, the Milton Rooms has been starved of money for far too long. Now, I am absolutely delighted that this motion has been put forward by Councillor Duncan, and he has made a huge U-turn, because when I actually proposed the motion, 307K, and seconded by Councillor Ryedale, he actually voted against it, along with all his colleagues. I'm absolutely delighted that they now see that it's really, really important that we get behind the Milton Rooms as one, as a collective, so that for the Ryedale residents, everybody can use this venue. So it's brilliant. So we did make a decision to support the Milton Rooms. I absolutely will be voting in favour of this. It's really, really important that we collectively put faith in the Milton Rooms instead of having a split decision like it was before. So yes, we want to wish the committee all the success, and we want to make sure that the £307,000 that was put forward by other councillors than Conservatives go along with this. So absolutely delighted that this has been brought forward.
As the mover of this, Councillor Duncan, would you like to come back?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't want to get too distracted by the debate over local government reorganisation. I think that's a completely different issue. I've mentioned something briefly on it. I want to stick with the Milton Rooms, and I want to say very briefly that under the Conservative leadership of this council, we brought forward the biggest investment that the Milton Rooms will ever have had in the history of Ryedale District Council, £193,000. That was worked on very closely between consultation with our officers and the Milton Rooms Committee. A proposal came in from nowhere with no apparent consultation by Councillor Burr with the Milton Rooms Committee for a proposal to add £307,000 on top of that. That didn't seem fair and equitable to all of the other venues which may be struggling, in need of funding and investment across the district. We made a step forward with that 193. I'm pleased that we did that. We've always supported that, but we wanted to take a view of the entire district, see what the Milton Rooms could do with the 193 and build from there. The debate has changed since that point. The will of the council was to support the additional 307. What we have done as a Conservative group is push this issue to actually ensure that we're not just raising the issue and getting support of the council for it to be put forward and allocated in the budget, but to actually make sure that funding can be released. And without this motion, which the Conservative group has put forward this evening, the Milton Rooms will be waiting many months more for release of that extra funding to allow them to actually start the works, which are very important. 307 actually, ironically, has set the Milton Rooms back. They were all prepared, had all the plans laid out, and were hoping to do the works during lockdown over the 193. The release of the 307 has meant they've had to significantly revise their proposals, yes, make them more ambitious, but that has taken time and has meant that the Milton Rooms has become slightly bogged down with the intricacies of council procedure. We have taken action this evening to ensure that this can be dealt with and the funds can actually be released. I wish the Milton Rooms phenomenal success. This is not about political point scoring here. This is about ensuring that the decision which we reached, yes, the Conservative group did not support the 307 because we wanted to look at all venues and all needs across the district, not just the Milton Rooms. But given that was a decision, we think that should be implemented, that should be supported, and that should be delivered. And I wish the Milton Rooms all the best success. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bailey. For. Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Dockrah.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank. Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele. For. Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Oxley.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
And Councillor Wass.
For.
Sorry, 4. Was that
For.
Councillor? Thank you. That's unanimous, Chair.
Chair, one question. If the next one is being proposed or seconded by Councillor Delaney, should we not cause a pause here, seeing he's not here?
Sorry, yes. Can we get Councillor King back in? Is Councillor King out? Has someone gone for him? I think Councillor Delaney's gone for Councillor King. And I believe Nathan's gone home. Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry. Is Councillor King there? Councillor Delaney gone home? Can't have, has he? Has he gone home? Okay. So turning now to item 13E on the agenda. Under Council Procedure Rule 11.4, a motion concerning a matter within the purview of the committee, which is moved and seconded, shall automatically stand referred to that committee. The motion from Councillor Duncan falls within the purview of the Policy and Resources Committee and will therefore stand automatically referred to that committee once moved and seconded, where it can be considered with an officer report. Councillor Duncan, would you please put your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just simply to say that the last time this was proposed in June 2019, more or less identical wording to what's before the Council this evening. It was moved, seconded and debated on the evening. It was not referred to P&R. Nothing substantially has changed since the last time this was proposed. The only thing that has changed is the political leadership of this Council. And therefore, I would be very keen, whether it's this evening or at the deferred meeting, for this to be debated at full Council. The precedent was set on the meeting held on June the 27th, 2019, and that precedent should be followed for this to be considered by full Council without referral to committee.
Is that seconded?
Chairman, I'm seconding that.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrick. Yeah, I'll get him in a minute. Okay. Councillor Mason.
Hi, yeah. Can I just add an amendment to this motion, please?
Could we hear the motion again, please, Chair?
This Council wishes to reaffirm the 22-5 decision taken on June the 22nd, 2019 in relation to support for the dualling of the A64 between York and Scarborough.
I'm sorry, Chair, to save time. That Councillor Duncan, in relation to what was different between then and now. Did he move something or did he just make a statement?
Sorry.
I think he just said there was no difference.
It was simply a statement.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry for delaying things.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment to the end of the motion, which is simply states, after possible and is developed in line with the UK's legally binding climate change commitments.
Chair, can I clarify with you, are we debating this motion tonight or referring it to committee? Because if it's going to committee, then amendments would follow in due course and not this evening.
Okay. It's my understanding that this motion now stands automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee. So you're not on Policy and Resources Committee, are you? So how do we allow Councillor Mason to put his amendment? Okay, yeah. Okay. Did you hear that all right, Councillor Mason?
Yeah, I think so.
You could get a member of your group who's on P&R to put your amendment at P&R, and then it will be referred back to full council.
Okay.
Okay. So this motion then, as it stands now, is automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee. Turning to motion item 13F on the agenda. Under Council Procedure Rule 11.4, a motion concerning a matter within the purview of the committee which is moved and seconded shall automatically stand referred to that committee. The motion from Councillor Duncan falls within the purview of the Policy and Resources Committee and will therefore stand automatically referred to that committee once moved and seconded, where it can be considered with an officer's report. Councillor Duncan, would you please put your motion?
Thank you. I'm happy to move the motion. I think Councillor Oxley is happy to second in the absence of Councillor Delaney. Just by way of brief introduction, Madam Chairman, on this item, obviously it's going to P&R. I think it's vitally important that we look into this issue. It's obviously of great concern to myself, to the Conservative group, and hopefully to other members of this council that the fee which we charge for garden waste collection has become a point of controversy, given that it raises significantly more money in terms of income for the council than it costs to deliver the service, £170,000 in total. I find this to be totally at odds with the original aims at the introduction of that charge. I think it does need reconsideration given the current situation. It is now in effect a tax on people who have gardens in this district. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. It needs to be addressed. Whether that is a totally free charge, that I think will be my preference at this point in time, given that I think that could have a positive impact on recycling rates. But I am prepared to look at that, about the actual cost which we charge, potentially a reduction to ensure that we are being equitable with residents and fair, given that the amount of money which it costs to deliver that service is now lower than the amount of money we get in. So I think it's important. I think this is really a scandalous thing for the council to be doing. We have made recent efforts to address this with the freeze in the charge, but still there is significant excess income raised that I think it may need further action. I think as well, the second part of the motion relates to the months of the year in which garden waste is collected. This is a particular concern to residents, given they would like to see this extended. I think we should look into the viability of doing that, the costs of doing it, and make considered judgment on the two proposals put forward. So we have an open mind, but very strongly we feel this should be looked at and considered, and hopefully potential action taken. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. This motion now stands automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee.
Chair, I did give you notice at the pre-meeting that I did have an amendment to propose on this one.
We can't amend it at this time.
Well,
It's gone to Policy and Resources Committee. You'll have to amend it there. Sorry, Councillor Andrews.
Well, we've amended it.
It's already been sent to Policy and Resources. It can be amended there. Thank you. Turning now to the motion item.
Well, Chair.
Sorry.
We've now.
Yeah. So can we do G or not? Because that's still part of 13. Yeah. I think it's item G is still part of item G is an amendment which we are, a motion which we are still on number 13 of your agenda. So we turn now to item 13G on the agenda. Councillor Paul Andrews, please move.
Chair, I don't think this is fair. I mean, I've never, in all previous council meetings, when we discussed a motion, when we got to the end of the motion, we finished the meeting. We haven't taken all motions as one item, and I'm in difficulty because most of the members have left. All of my team has left, and nobody is expected to go on beyond 20 past 10. So I would ask you, Chair, to take the view which has been taken by every single council chairman in the past, that the business, the item of business, is the motion, not the list of motions.
We are dealing with item 13 on the agenda.
Chair, I'm sorry. I have to challenge that. This is just not right, because we just haven't got. This is an important issue,
This is exactly why I changed the agenda around. So that
yes,
we could
I
get...
understand, Chair, but we've got to a point where there is hardly anybody in this room.
Can I assist, Chair? We'd need to do a check anyway to see whether we're quorate. Clearly, the message from a lot of members is that they don't want to discuss the remaining motion tonight. I know there'd been a concern expressed earlier in the meeting about questions and getting to those. One potential option for dealing with questions is the Constitution does in fact allow questions to the Chair of P&R to be dealt with at P&R. So one option is that we get those questions included at that meeting. Alternatively, either business that's not considered tonight is carried over to the next scheduled meeting in September, or we reschedule to continue this meeting, but there is a cost involved in continuing this meeting on another date. And I don't think we'd be able to set the date tonight because we need to look at venue availability and health and safety guidance.
Can I just ask a question, Simon? Sorry to interrupt. If all restrictions have been lifted, won't we just assume that we're having it at Ryedale House?
It would depend on the detailed guidance. At the moment, the health and safety executive guidance is still includes some restrictions and distancing arrangements, so it depends whether that changes over the forthcoming days or not. So we'd have to consider what changes happen as to what venues we'd be using.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've been here for well over 3.5 hours. To do the business justice, we need to reconvene. I have no particular quarrel or no particular support for Councillor Andrews or quarrel with Councillor Andrews' subject, but it has been properly proposed and it needs properly debating. We've all had enough. We've all had 3.5 hours. A lot of us have left. I think that really the business this evening, what we haven't done, needs to be reconvened another time. I've said it from the chair before that after this time, if people are here, they can't debate properly one way or the other. I think really the meeting must end now.
That's the wish of this meeting. That's fine. I'll close the meeting, and we will. There's only the one issue that I think it would have been better to get that done tonight, and then there would just have been the questions, which could have gone to P&R or could have had written answers, or could have been brought to the next meeting. However, we're now in a situation where we have one motion to decide or to be debated, and we are saying we need to call another meeting of this council to debate one motion. But that's the wish of this. That's the wish of this committee.
Can I make a plea, please, Chair? I know P&R is very flexible and can take on an unbelievable workload, but the idea of taking on half a dozen questions on top of half a dozen motions on top of a full agenda is going to destroy that
That's
committee.
one way that can be dealt with, or that can be dealt with written answers. So
I objected it. I won't be answering everything. I want to see people asking the questions and get supplementaries there and then, not supplementaries by email a week later.
Well, then
So
I don't
mind how it's done, but I agree with Councillor Cleary that we need to stop this now. But we may have to rehold the meeting or change the standing orders to limit the number of motions or the number of questions, or limit something somehow.
We've already voted on standing orders, and that was turned down. So what we'll have to do now is refer one motion and the questions to another council meeting.
Can I just clarify, Chair, if we adjourn and reconvene, that means we can effectively carry on the same meeting on a different date, and if officers look at dates in discussion with you, and then we can notify members in due course.
Yeah, I just think that for us all to come here and have another meeting to debate one motion and the questions.
Chair, it may only be one motion, but it is an extremely important motion.
I understand that, Councillor. I understand that, but this council has to nevertheless reconvene for a very short time at a very great cost to this council. Anyway, this meeting's now closed. Thank you.